Hello, my good people. Hello, my good people. What's good with it? What's good with it? Your girl, I moved around her little schedule. I figure I'll go to work tomorrow. I might get up and go to work today, but I might probably go to work tomorrow. So let me get my check all out of the way. Hey, Sonya Davis, Lady Tech, Demetrius Bradley. What's good with it, Warrior? Hey, Angela Jackson. Other people that's holding on to our window pane. Let me go and get this up so I can catch up. Um, Let me drop this just in case somebody want to join me. Y'all always got something to tell me, honey. Y'all don't have no problems hitting the link. Are y'all having a good day? Are y'all nervous? What's good with it? What's good with it? What's good with it? So let me see if we can get some up to the minute goings on. I'm going to follow Dave Burns on here, right? Because he seems to be doing a up to the minute. We'll see what everybody is saying. And then Alex Murdaugh, another case of someone at the transition on. Y'all seem to be interested in him. He's on the stand. So I got him playing as well. But let me see what we can read. Dave is doing a lot of updating. So, ooh, how you got this? Hold on. Okay. Let me start off by reading the first thing. It says, "Good morning from the Durskin Federal Courthouse in Chicago, where R. Kelly is due to be sentenced for his conviction on child porn and sexual enticement charges last September. The sentencing hearing starts at 10 a.m. Of course, we are late. R. Kelly is already serving 30-year sentence from a 2021 sex trafficking conviction in New York. The big question of the day is whether Kelly will be allowed to serve his new sentence concurrently with the NYC one, or if he'll have to serve both consecutively. Most reporters, myself included, are currently set up in a press overflow room down the hall from the main courtroom. We'll have audio but no video, just like during, okay, get out my way, just like during the trial itself last September, about 20 minutes out from the hearing. Or not. Federal Judge Harry Linen is starting the hearing about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. God damn. Lord have mercy. That man gives me a heart attack. Attorney Jennifer Von Jean raises objections to what she calls misstatements in prosecutors' sentencing memos. For example, the statement that Kelly's involvement with Nia was over a period of time. It was exactly a 2 minute occurrence, Von Jean says. A two-time occurrence, I'm sorry. Lennon Weber takes Von Jean objections under advisement and notes them for the record. He asks R. Kelly if he has read the pre-sentence report. He says he has. Lennon Weber asks R. Kelly if there's anything he'd like to object to in the pre-sentence documents or any of the issues he'd like to raise. Kelly only says that he'll rely on his attorney. Good answer. Lennon Weber agrees with Von Jean against the government that R. Kelly's actions toward the young women with whom he was involved constituted enticement, not coercion, i.e., the girls feared a loss of affection and attention, not any kind of bodily harm. Oh, yeah. Team Care, y'all might be getting a break. Prosecutor, prosecute, Prosecutors disagree, noting some of R. Kelly's victims said that they felt compelled to perform the sexual acts Kelly requested of them. After some back and forth, Lennon Weber rejects this argument, again noting the accusers never mentioned a threat of bodily harm. Okay. As to whether R. Kelly's child porn charges merit a trafficking enhancement, Linda Weber finds they don't. Oh, okay. Government begins its sentencing presentation. Y'all know I get tongue tied on when I get excited. Starting with a prepared statement from Jane, from her attorney. When I think of all I have lost due to Robert Kelly, all I can do is cry, the statement says. When you lose your virginity to a pedophile at the age of 14, your life is never your own. Jane's statement continues, saying she had sex with R. Kelly hundreds of times against her will. Robert was abusive and dominating. The rules I was forced to follow for years because I thought I needed him were degrading. Jane's statement continues saying she sometimes couldn't go to the bathroom without his permission or had to go without eating for days. I need closure. I need Robert Kelly in jail for as long as the law will allow. Jane's statement says she laments that she'll always be known as the girl R. Kelly peed on, and that her involvement with him left her unable to have a normal romantic relationship. Robert Kelly needs to be in jail for the balance of his natural born life. Jane's statement concludes. Next is a statement from Nia. Nia delivers her statement through tears. I can't believe how lucky I felt when I met you. Like a starstruck teenager, she continued. I was over the moon. I was, I was over the moon happy. For the first time in my life, someone other than my family thought I was special. Nia says she'll still regret lying to her mother about attending R. Kelly's concert in Minnesota and obliging his sexual advances the morning after. I awkwardly did what you told me to do while you molested me. Nia concludes by asking for R. Kelly to spend the rest of his life in prison. I'm praying to God and asking him for forgiveness. No child should have to suffer the way you made me suffer. Next statement is from Pauline. Pauline says she has been in therapy because of her involvement with R. Kelly. She says she now fears that someone will harm her child the same way Kelly harmed her. All I want in life is to feel a little less stressed. I have those dark thoughts of suicide, Pauline says. In the past, Pauline says she felt nothing. I'm sorry. In the past, Pauline says she felt not feeling worthy, not feeling good enough, just feeling gross because of R. Kelly. Only meeting her husband, she says, saved her. Other girls, she adds, weren't so lucky. Pauline concludes her statement by saying she is committed to leaving her past behind her. She does not say whether or not she wishes for R. Kelly to spend the rest of his life in jail. Government prosecutors are now up arguing for R. Kelly to serve a sentence of 300 months, 25 years consecutively, to the 30 years he is already serving for his New York conviction. For the rest of their lives, they will have to live with victimhood. Prosecutor Janice Appleton says of Jane, Pauline, and Nia, among others. She further accuses R. Kelly of showing no shame over his actions and taking extreme action to avoid prosecution. Appleton now, oh, now accuses R. Kelly's attorneys of minimizing his involvement with underage girls, particularly with Nia. One cannot quant- quantify, the trauma of sexual abuse, she says. She adds that a 56-year-old Kelly has proven that he cannot control his impulses. His lack of responsibility for his criminal conduct, even in the face of irrefutable video evidence, demonstrates that he possesses a great risk of recidivism, Eppington said. She adds R. Kelly's own abusive upbringing does not excuse his action, and recidivism is just simply means that he'll do it again. Right? It says the only way to ensure that he does not reoffend is to impose a sentence that will keep him in prison for the rest of his life. Prosecutor said, "Let me Um, refresh. So it says Linda Weber asks why R. Kelly shouldn't be allowed to serve his sentence concurrently. The incremental harm that he inflicted warrants incremental punishment. Eppington answered. Wait a minute. Ooh, y'all might get a break, Team Kales. R. Kelly's attorney, Jennifer Bongina, is now up to deliver her own statement on Kelly's sentence. Bongine diminishes the government's accusation that R. Kelly has engaged in victim blaming. The idea that Kelly has failed to take responsibility. The government knows that's not true, she says. Bongine says that Kelly's relationship with his accusers, particularly Jane, was far more complex than prosecutors want to admit. She says the government's comparison of Kelly to professional traffickers in child porn is unfair. Bongine reaching back to R. Kelly's 2002 indictment and Jane's family, initially wanting nothing to do with it. The government puts a lot of emphasis on this obstruction count, on which Mr. Kelly was acquitted in 2008. This was not so much obstruction as a family deciding that they didn't want to participate, Bongine says. Bongine points out a perceived double standard between Jane saying that sexual abuse changes one's life and the government not wanting to consider R. Kelly on sexual abuse as mitigation. This abuse lasted for years by a sister and a neighbor, Bongine says. Kelly's negative childhood experiences are linked to his negative outcomes as an adult. Bongine says, adding, he was regularly disciplined with whips, with belts. This was normalized, so you can't just say he should have overcome it, Bongine says. Bongine also says R. Kelly's effective illiteracy should be taken into account, saying it prevented him from seeking help from his trauma and blinded him to more canny individuals who took advantage of him. These are at first conditions that continue through life, Bongine argues of R. Kelly on abusive upbringing. He does not deserve life. Oh, well, never mind. That's somebody else. Lord. Go ahead on, Barnes. You typing. How y'all doing out there? How y'all feeling? I'm not running the front with y'all, but how you feeling? Good. Uh, Continuing, Bongine argues that the government is pursuing an extent in wanting Kelly to spend an additional 25 years behind bars. His current sentence, she says, is already an effective life sentence. He only has one life to give, Bongine argues. Mm-hmm. Let me go in there and check on y'all before I hit the refresh button. What's good with it? What's good? Hey, Warrior. Yes. So, y'all, listen, hey, I don't know. Okay, let me go around and get back to it. I don't know. It seems like that the government is taking the mitigation more seriously. It's considered. He seems like he's considering mitigation, as well as what Bonjing is arguing now, into account, right? So hey, I don't know what that looks like. Could look like a concurrent sentence. Could look like 10 years consecutive. Who knows? But I'll get back around there to it. Just give me a minute. John 4. Well, right there, you see she's going outside the actual legal definition of double jeopardy, right? So, but hey, you got to swing, baby. You got to swing with it. You got to put in that swing with it, J Bo. Swing with it. Bonjean puts forward her own sentencing suggestion for R. Kelly: 168 months to equals 14 years to be served concurrently with his 30-year New York conviction from 2021. Now, is that perceivable? So in New York, there were 9 counts. He got 30 on 9. You're looking at, he got convicted of 6, 14 for, so that's like kind of half, maybe. So it could come out 10 years. Could we come out, who knows? I can't put a, I told you this dude was, told you from the first, his first submissions into the Pacer, right? His entries in the Pacer. All like, this dude is going to be hard to read. How he does things is just, and Chicagoans have their way of doing shit, or understanding, thinking, speaking, learning all about it. Is a, in his ass. Black men with diabetes do not live into their 80s in prison. They want a symbolic sentence. Girl, stop taking my goddamn words for themselves. Punching says to suggest that he's not being punished is frankly absurd. She adds, girl, you see how she taking symbolic sentence. Now, who coined that? Hmm. Oh, it's over here on our channel. Where it come from? Where it come from? I'm gonna be like everybody else. They brag. They want credit. They want to point out. I did this. I did this. What shit? Fuck it. We're going out. I'm not. I can't be who I'm not. So I'm not a bragger or arrogant and shit like that. I'm just, because I know my words cut into motherfucker soul. Keep them up all motherfucking. I have them wondering what the fuck. All kinds of shit. Make them about to blow their goddamn head off. Hell, why not help them? While I laugh. One, you see, y'all gonna learn about me. I will lay back and let you do the work for me. Meaning, you trying to fuck with me, I'm gonna let you. Okay, I got you. Well, I'm gonna let you take your own self out. I ain't gonna have to say shit, but sit back and laugh. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm in control. I control the narrative. I'm just fucking around, y'all. A symbolic sentence. Girl, hey, bro, yeah, man, are you a subscriber? And Bonjean again attacks the government, seeming to want to make an example of R. Kelly. Just because you give R. Kelly 50 years, 100 years, does not solve the problem of child exploitation in this country, she says. Tell him that is human nature. Why do you do me that way? I like loving this way. I love, uh, uh, uh. You can hold me tonight. Okay, we never minimize the crimes for which he was convicted, but adds that a concurrent sentence is sufficient. She concludes by saying that a consecutive sentence is overkill. Mm. You see, I've been on with fingerprints on. Yeah, that's it. Lennon Weber asks R. Kelly if he wants to make a statement of his on his own behalf. On his own behalf, Lord, he doesn't. Oh, we finna get to it. We finna get to it. Hey, y'all, I don't remember. Did we read? Did Judge Donnelly write an opinion after she gave her sentence? Did we read? You know what? We did read it. We read what she said because it was all compiled. I'm coming right here with y'all. It was all compiled in that report that in that filing she put in that was it was an order, but where we read what each of the people that testified at his sentencing hearing said and what she said or whatever to give her explanation. So, yes, she did. Hello, Frankie and Johnny. Hello, hello. Y'all, I mean, after this, what y'all want to do? What y'all want to have a little small party? Do y'all want to, cut the food and clown a little? What y'all want to do? My favorite guy, Alex Murdaugh, is on the stand. He done killed up everybody and stole all the money. I mean, he's a horrific goddamn attorney. Ain't nobody question his shit. That's the motherfucker. Shit, you got, sir, do you have license? You done killed motherfuckers, stole money from your daddy business and every goddamn thing. What the fuck? um, well, Angela Jackson, his first appeal, that brief, she has, I think she's supposed to have that brief in by the 8th of March. This appeal, she's going to make a notice of appeal with this. So that's coming. And now, could Lenny Weber be giving us a fake out? This could be, he could be seeming that he is being, you know, even to both sides because he probably don't want nothing to come back to show where he gave an excessive sentence or he was unfair to one side or whatever, especially the defense, because he's showing a lot of favor to, in my opinion, to the defense, right? Normally, I'm just speaking, not this is not my personal feelings, whatever. You should be knowing what my personal feelings are, um, with regards to any of this shit, either side. I believe that justice is due to both sides, right? That's how the law is set up. But I know, right? But for when you read his response, especially the judge's last response. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. Okay, Lenny Weber now giving his own musing on the case and considers how he would have weighed the case before the COVID-19 pandemic. What the fuck that got to do with anything? The sentence I would have given before the pandemic would have been higher than the guidelines. Oh, y'all might be getting a break, Team Kales. Team Kales hit that butt motherfucking like, I ain't asked you in a minute. Like this goddamn live up. Like it up. Okay, so Lenny Weber says the question of consecutive versus concurrent is irrelevant. Oh, Team Kales. Team Kales. Where you at? Where you at? You don't want, I got to go into my cheerleader mode now. You don't want no Angie Walker. You don't want none. Because if you want some Angie Walker, come and get some. When you're a cheerleader, your voice changes, right? And it gets real sharp. Put you on the board. Say, put you on the board. Put you on the board. Say, put you on the board. Mm. Leonard Weber says he's going to sentence R. Kelly to a minimum consecutive sentence of 1 year. Huh? Wait a minute. Leonard Weber says he's going to sentence R. Kelly to a minimum consecutive sentence of 1 year, but hasn't clarified what that means. Oh shit! Oh shit! Baby, pick up y'all faces. Pick them up, pick them up, pick them up. Wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. Huh? Is that right? A consecutive baby, he done came in on oh shit. Baby, they been teared up. Baby, look here. Team True, or call, or whatever the hell y'all go by these days. Y'all better get y'all hats and y'all keys, because Team Kale is gonna run you motherfuckers up out of here today off these YouTube streets, period. If that man get that man 1 year. You get your and well, hit your mother. What? What? Dave Burns, is that right? Did I read that right? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, honey. That was the highest. Look at that. Look at that response right there. Look how much traction that's getting. That's 393, baby. Views. They are viewing a shit out of that. What? Of 1 year a minimum consecutive sentence of 1 year. Oh shit! Hold on. Let me hit the refresh, but I ain't riding there with legs and lashes is on the ground, baby. Oh shit! Hold on. Yeah. I'm just a reader, baby. Oh, they finna smoke that good shit tonight, baby. Hold on. Look at the circle view. Did I hear 1 year? Wait, he ain't got it yet. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see if I can go get another source, because I got to know. Hold on. Dave Barnes. Shit, did you have a heart attack? Hold on. 1 year. I know damn well that man said that. Hold on. Illinois. Baby, that man finna cry. R. Kelly finna cry. He finna cry in that courtroom. But if he don't cry in that courtroom, he gonna cry when he get behind in that back. He gonna cry. Come on, give me an update. Come on, Dave. My team. Who knows? 1 year. 1 year with Hunter was set it off, baby. What? Uh, don't let me go find somebody else. Dave, where you at? Where you at? Who else? Who else? Let me see if Jason. Let me see if Jason got something. Set up on the left, y'all. Set up on the set up on the left, on the right, on the left. I suggest on the left. Jason, I don't know yet. I gotta get on away from him, baby. You ain't got no updates. Moving right along. Where's Karen J? What is Tara Molina? On the left, on the right, on the left. I suggest while we let. What happened to him? Oh Lord, this man was shot and killed on scene of homicide. Okay. Oh, she's not doing nothing. Yeah, I got to give him away from you, Tara. Okay. It's about to be some shit. How did I get something? I don't know the words to the song. Doom, doom, doom. Cause I'm about to. Now, let me go back to my dude. What name is Dave? I know Jim Derrick God has got to be there. Okay, wait a minute. Where we at? Where we at? Uh-uh. Give me some more. Give me some more. Yeah. You're not on the other side. God damn, 1 year. Motherfuckers on what? Okay. Come on, give me the rest. Give me the rest. Is there any more? Okay, it says on the issue of deterrence, Leonard Webber says age is again a factor, as is his loss of wealth and status. R. Kelly risk of recidivism when he's in his 80s, Leonard Webber said, is minimal. Uh-oh. 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 Baby. Mm-mm. This like, baby, I feel like I'm waiting for the OJ verdict. What the fuck? Hold on. I get into this. Something, something, something. I remember the video. That's the video with him in the closet. That from the song. I don't know. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Ooh, wait a minute. Y'all better get y'all with. I guess both sides. If this coming in right, I guess both sides better get their wigs and their keys, baby, and their eyelashes. That's why you go all natural, so you don't have to have those type of Hey, this dude says breaking news: R. Kelly has been sentenced to 1 year in prison by the child pornography enticement convictions in Chicago. That sentence will be served consecutively with his previous 30-year sentence from his New York conviction. See what I said? I said it would be funny if they give him 1 year. I just said it when I was reading when the dude said 1 year. I said it'd be funny they give him 1 year outside of the consecutive, outside of this shit when he was talking about when the dude brought up 1 year. Let me confirm it with the media. Hold on. That girl did her goddamn job. Yes, she did a job. Hold on. Hold on. Let me. I want to really wait for Dave to confirm it for me because since we've been fucking with him all day, I want Dave to confirm it for me. Man, if he get a New York trial, oh, the game changes. Okay, no. Okay, I'm glad I went back and checked. Da 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 da. Official sentence for his Chicago conviction on child porn and sexual enticement charge. He'll serve 20 years, 19 concurrently, and 1 year consecutively to his prior 30-year sentence. So guess what, y'all? We was right again. I said between 20 and 30 years. Don't fuck with us. It's 20 years. It's 20 years. See? Your girl is good. Because I know goddamn well that seemed a little crazy. So, his official sentence for his Chicago conviction on child porn and sexual enticement charges, he'll serve 20 years, 19 years concurrently, and 1 year consecutively to his 30 prior to his 30-year sentence from New York. So it is 20 years. I will put that in there. I'll come on around the front and listen. Where's Karen J? There she go. Karen J, what you always say, you heard it here first. Didn't I say between 20 and 30 years? Go back and check the tapes. Ah, check the tapes. ah, so it's not 1 year. It's 20 years. Yes. See, I knew to go back to old dude because old dude was giving up the minute coverage. You know what I'm saying? I ain't need nobody spotty. I wasn't gonna quote that, exactly what he said. That's why I went to go check. I like to be careful. Yes, ma'am. We gets it right over here. So fuck y'all. Oh, it's some shit talking today, baby, as we move on out the door, or maybe, I don't know what we're gonna be doing over here on this channel here. You turn around, this might be the cooking channel. Hell, I don't give a damn. There ain't no big thing for me, honey. Yes. Hold you between 20 and 30. Bam. Oh, no problem, Warrior. Yes. Told you between 20 and 30. I knew it. He ain't that goddamn crazy. But he's running it. How's it being ran? It's run 19 years concurrently and 1 year consecutively. So it just means, so actually he in prison with both cases. He just have a total of 31 years. That's what it essentially means. He has a total of 31 years. Yeah, I know goddamn what 1 year, that's crazy. Who the fuck would put that out? But you never know. Some told me to go back to you do so, and he got 20 years. Yeah, 20 years total. I told y'all I was saying thinking between 20 and 30 goddamn years. I knew it. I knew it. Damn, 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 damn. What? Now, if I can just predict them six numbers on the lotto, I'll be all right. I really be on here showing my ass. Time served for the 1 year and nope. His sentence is 20 years. Okay. I mean, it's not a big deal with the 1 year. Look at the whole sentence for 20 years. So he's going to get time served for whatever time he's been in there now, which is going to reduce the 20 years as a whole. So I think you get 50 something days per year off each year you're in jail. So, I mean, depending on how you look at it, that is still a win for J-Bo. That woman did her motherfucking job. Leave that lady alone. She did her motherfucking job. She did a job. If he, I'm glad it's over. If he wins his appeal, they will appeal, the whole thing or parts of it, whatever. But I'm pretty sure they're going to appeal the whole thing. So, if it amounts to a reduction in sentence, that could happen or whatever. They still take in account of the time he's already done. Mm-hmm. Right, Frank and Johnny. Yeah, so he does 20 years and 30. 19 of the the 30 years he's already doing would be concurrently, right? So he'll be doing that all together. He's going to do one extra year outside of the 30 years if he doesn't get that overturned. So, and I don't know why they keep quoting 80 years as his time to get out, because you get, I think, 50 something years off per year. And then there's other programs and shit that can even they can reduce that. So if you get so if he's 56, 20 years is Well, maybe it is 80s. Maybe it is 80s. Maybe it is. They'll know better than me because they got the paperwork. Okay, 1979. Come on through with the information. Oh shit, I done cut. Let me see what else Dave gonna put up there. Hold on. I done shut the shit down. See y'all, cause that's what I'm talking about. That's why I love y'all over here. Y'all comes on through with information that matters and not bullshit. I don't do that. Hold on. Damn, boy. I don't know about that. Damn. Okay. So okay, show this thread. Okay, so all right. It says on the issue. Okay, I read that. Leonard Webber is in his 80s himself. Says 80-year-olds are more worried about arthritis in their prostate than young girls. Says official sentence for Chicago conviction on child porn and sexual enticement charges. He'll serve 20 years. Blah blah blah. Blah. Posted that. Leonard Webber also says that for R. Kelly may be eligible for supervised release after serving 3 concurrent years in prison. He imposes no fines due to Kelly's lack of ability to pay. But he came out like a big dog. On issue of restitution, Bonjean says $379,000 and change is an appropriate amount. Okay, let's see what they say after that. I will let me copy and paste this in the chat. Thank you, 1979, for reminding me to go back and, honey, I had to shut it down for the day. Well, that part of it. Thank you for coming through and reminding me that, hey, I needed to what? Hit it again. Let me see. Are you saying he served time now and he's been in jail for 4 years? So you're saying time served now if he's in jail for 4 years. Let me see what y'all talking about. Right. Well, you have to wait until they determine his time and everything, right? So you got to wait and see what that looks like. Will it seem to be time served at for and then supervise a bit, supervise supervision and shit, for the rest of the term or whatever. But you got to see when he starts it or whatever. So he got to do all the calculation and everything with the calendar and things of that nature. Lord have mercy. Somebody putting out wrong information. No, it's not 1 year, sweetie. Nostalgia. Go back and get that off there. You got to you got to state it right. I mean, if you really look at it, it is a total of 31 years. But you got to say 20 years and how the man wrote it. No, it doesn't override it. Someone thinks it overrides it. No, Hold on, y'all. What's up, Marietta? Y'all, she did her job. Y'all clap it up for the lady. She did her fucking job and then some. She did her job. She did a job, y'all. She got over half the charges, and it resulted in an acquittal. And then she got some goddamn sweetheart fucking sentence like this. Shit. Hell, hey, when I stomp and beat the shit out of some of y'all, I'ma hire her. Hey, because it would definitely be federal, because I'm gonna have to drive all around the goddamn shit, because y'all won't come to me and shit. The fuck, I'm the elder. Come to me. Hell, I'm gonna pay for it. Oh man, that is fun. Funny, funny, funny. Let me see if I can get another update. Hold on. I knocked my dumb ass out. Or maybe I lost power. Hold on. Whew. Where's she getting the $379,000 from? Ain't that the amount from over there from New York? Wait a minute. What's going on with the money? Let's talk about this some money. The money. Hold on. I don't see nothing. I'm trying to see about the money, y'all. Wait a minute. I thought it was 19 concurrent and one consecutive. I'm trying. Let me refresh it again, y'all. See what he say about the money. Mm, mm, mm. Ooh, ooh. Yes, honey. Yeah, this shit. Yeah. Done got interesting. Mm. And I'm waiting for updates on the money. So I can put Murdaugh on this goddamn screen. I'm waiting for the money. So what the government asked for 25, he came in at 20. I mean, shit. Damn, I mean, shit. Like, do y'all know our goddamn accurate? What is our accuracy rating over here? What is it? Does anybody want to know? We're gonna talk a little shit today. ah, we're gonna talk a little shit today. What's our accuracy rating over over here? Does anybody know? Uh-uh. And you can look at it as a total of 31 years for both cases. You want to look at it that way. Just a total of 31 years. That'd be the more accurate way to think about it. Nuh-uh. Right. Hey, cool BJ. See how the people in how the people in the chat over here can help answer these questions while I'm looking all over for information. See how they can help. That's what I'm talking about. They ain't gonna steer you wrong because they got it down pat. They the smartest. Oh, we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk big shit today. They can't stand it. How does she do it? I don't know. Hey, they'll go so far and say, well, her fake ass must be talking to the people. She called the people and told them. Huh? Oh, oh, oh. How did she get it? How did they do it? I don't know, baby. I don't know. Yeah, you got to put it together. See, listen, that's when you push your goddamn narratives. I am a narrative killer. I simply show by what? Work. Not a problem. By actions, not a problem. Why none of the rest of you motherfuckers can get it right? Huh? Get your ass out of here with that shit. Bunch of goddamn fucking. You know what? I ain't gonna say that. It'll be just a total of 31 years. Just say it's a total of 31 years for both cases. And then the judge here, when it talks about the supervised, um, um, shit, well, I can get this on right here. The supervision. I'm sorry. He has to start the clock and tell you if he's going to take time served as the time he's already served. He's going to count that, or is he not, or whatever. So he have to do all that pencil work. He should express that in whenever he explains his decision, right? He should express how that came out. But I'm gonna tell you this here. I know the motherfuckers in New York mad. I'm gonna tell you that. I don't know what the prosecution might come out to that podium and say. Because if that was the case, if they knew that the numbers it was gonna come in like that, they could have did better with saying, well, let me get the let me get 17 years consecutive, maybe 10 years consecutive. If they had a pulse on how this judge was going to do their ass, so they can make sure that, he stays in prison forever. They thought they had it down. And I was like, oh, I don't know. So that just simply shows you how your persuasive argument can sway a hard ass judge. And I told y'all. I told you, I went to look. I said, this judge give breaks. Didn't I say that? Karen J was in here. Oh, we talking shit today, baby. Yes, yes, God. I wish a motherfucker would talk about my motherfucking goddamn credentials. I wish a motherfucker would. I'm gonna light your motherfucking ass up when I get time. When I get time, you know what? You ain't even worth it. I'm gonna call you a bunch of motherfucking stupid motherfuckers and talk about your ass. You know how I do, because you know what? These words tag your motherfucking insecure soul, baby. Tag the motherfucking control that you will never have. Oh, shit. Boy, I'm trying to tell you. I told you this man give breaks. Yeah, I said that. Thank you. Yeah, Cookie, you been over here lately a lot. I did say that. I went to look. See, that's what doing your fucking homework on live with you. See, I went to go look for the man's record, how he break in certain, you know, how he, that's what you're supposed to do. But if you haven't been to places I've been, sat in the schools I've been, you wouldn't know to do that. You would just listen to the chatter out here and say, oh, okay, it's gonna be awful or it's gonna be whatever. Because they said the man's name is the lifer. And me thinking, okay, well shit, the people in Chicago say that they know better than I would. Mm-mm. Our accuracy rating is off the chart. Ain't nobody been more accurate than us in the goddamn judge. Oh, we talking a little shit today. We don't often talk shit. We don't do no. We just hold our head down. We take all the. Well, I do. I take all the criticism, and we just keep it going. We keep it going. See, that's how you do it, Mister Niche. You don't fold and buckle and show over no bullshit. Mm-mm. You what? Laughing a motherfucker face and like, oh, you look stupid. By what you say, you look stupid because you can't explain it. You got to explain why I know what I know. If you can't explain that, then I don't understand. Oh, no. Oh, yes, baby. Yes. Yes. And make sure you put with Fender prints on, motherfuckers. Fender prints on. uh, you got that. You. That's the thing, right? When when I put some, I'm gonna put some shit out there. I'm gonna have a whole goddamn piece of the puzzle. Okay, ain't no nothing gonna hit me from the back like, huh? Okay. See the difference when you making a pound cake, right? I'm gonna be able to tell you the difference when somebody put 3 flavors in versus somebody putting 5 or more flavors in. It tastes totally different. Now I don't know what that analogy, how I can apply that analogy, but you get what I'm saying. Don't get mad at me. Oh, you can't explain. You have to explain. Well, how I know this then? How? Baby, I put some up on it. I be laughing. And if people take your silence for something else, take you saying something for something, you know what I'm saying? And because I know how to treat you motherfuckers and how you gonna act or react, I do what I want to do. I say something, I want whatever, and it all drives you crazy. Oh, I be like, God damn, this motherfucker is on the way of blowing their head off over me. I don't get it. Shit. And think about it, you know what? Now this is one thing about me, and some people, I can't say most, but some people. If I think you all fucked up, right? If you think I'm all fucked up and I'm this, that, the third, whatever, it ain't really no use for me, to continue to do whatever because you're already fucked up and you don't matter anyway. Because in my mind, somebody all fucked up, as you say I am, don't even matter. So why waste a minute on that motherfucker? Because here's the thing, in your subconscious, you're really in your consciousness, that's not the truth. You just got narratives, motherfucking. Ah, yes. I'm gonna be Mrs. Put it in your face. Ooh, that man that came and gave that nigga 20. Okay, and most of it can. Majority of it, well, shit, you in that little 1 year. I mean, hell, you don't even really that really it's gonna really come out to be 30 anyway. But that little 1 year ain't shit when you take off the time and all of that. It's really gonna be, you know, yeah. So that well, so much for burying them alive and throwing the book at them and shit. Don't fuck with me. Don't say shit. Right. Thank you, Karen. Yes, no, we have. Get it together. We have. Because a lot of my continuing and things of that nature, whatever, and the questions y'all ask and stuff like that wouldn't even be I wouldn't, I would just be giving y'all the basics. Y'all um invoke a person to think, right? So, and when I'm thinking, when you got a thinking person, your chances of getting things more accurate is pretty much, is is higher. You know what I'm saying? Your accuracy rate is going to be higher. I'm not going to just throw shit out there and just because I think and I'm emotional. Nope. I'm going to apply what I know, how the system works. There's a reason why I always try to get a feeling from what I'm reading. I'm trying to get into that person's, head. How, what are they, how they, feeling? You know what I'm saying? How they, what the, is this argument going to be strong enough? Or, even what's the relationship between the attorneys? All of that. All of that matters. But if you ain't take your ass to the blank school of law, you wouldn't know that. Or they gonna kill my ass. I don't give a fuck. They ain't matter thus far. Hold on. Okay. Ooh. Thank you. See, like motherfuckers like this to be giving me the good. I gotta find out get this article for. Can you send me the link to this article so I could put it on the screen? It'll be helpful. Thank you. Yes. Let me see. Let me see if I can look it up. And Karen, it would only be one reason that I would be that more accurate than anybody else, and everybody combined. What would be that reason? Can anybody give it to me? What the fuck? It's almost it's so laughable. It's like, oh, the fuck? Are you serious? We are not gonna get into no shit. Hold on, let me see. It will be only one reason. One. Huh. Run that back now. Okay, let me see what this person said. I would surmise that if I went to school for information technology, I probably wouldn't get nothing right. Okay, let me see. Okay, so I got an article. Let me read this article. This is from Michael Tarr. Let me put this up here. Read this article. How am I feeling about an appeal at this point? I still feel like it's pretty slim. And when I read this article, I'm kind of go off my head what I think she can argue. Right? I'm trying to think what she's already argued and what can what of those reasons can be argued on the appellate floor. Let me put this up. and to also, to be honest, he also could have given a sentence like this that he probably knows it's not going to be overturned when the appeals court, as well as he already see the setup for the racial war and all of that, those arguments and comparisons that J-Bo was putting out there and whatever. So when the appellate courts get this, they will they can consider, look at, the same factors that any trial judge has to consider when sentencing someone. What were the sentences of the others that were charged like this? So you got a guy, that white guy's charged 120, gave him 120 years, and this man for this whatever. An appellate bench will look at this and say, hey, 20 years concurrently, that's a good deal. So they could be less likely to overturn it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, it's a lot of, you have to understand, it's a lot of, sometimes in sentencing, it's a lot of covering your ass goes into it. But hey. Okay, it says a federal judge on Thursday handed singer R. Kelly a 20-year prison sentence for his convictions of child pornography and the enticement of minors for sex, but said he will serve nearly all of the sentence simultaneously with a 30-year sentence imposed last year on racketeering charges. U.S. District Judge Harry Leinenweber also ordered that Kelly serve 1 year in prison following his New York sentence. The central question going into the sentencing in Kelly's hometown of Chicago was whether Leinenweber would order that the 56-year-old serve the sentence simultaneously with or only after he completes the New York term for 2021 racketeering and sex trafficking convictions. The latter would have been tantamount to a life sentence. Prosecutors had acknowledged that a lengthy term served only after the New York sentence could have erased any chance of Kelly ever getting out of prison alive. It's why they asked for, arguing his crimes against children and lack of remorse justified it. With Thursday's sentence, though Kelly will serve no more than 31 years, what I told you, that means that he will be eligible for release around the age of 80, providing him some hope of one day leaving prison alive. Uh, is it down? So let me see. Want me to play this? Go ahead on, R. Kelly. Okay.
Yeah, sure. It's actually fine.
Federal prosecutors are asking a judge.
Oh, I can't see nothing with the sound.
Give R. Kelly another in prison. Kelly was convicted on an enticement.
Oh, yeah.
Federal prosecutors are asking a judge to give R. Kelly another years convicted on child pornography and enticement charges last year in Chicago. The recommendation to add an additional 25 years comes on top of the 30 years that a federal judge sentenced Kelly to in an earlier New York case. Kelly is scheduled to be sentenced next Thursday in Illinois in the matter. Lawyers for R. Kelly say tacking on an additional 30-year sentence and a life sentence for the man who's already.
Lord, that's Murdaugh coming in. I'm sorry, I got a lot going. Hold on, where the fuck am I? Hold on. Hold on, I got a lot of videos going on. Wait a minute. Sorry about that. Damn. Yeah, it's some weaves on the floor, honey. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get back around now. I keep saying I'm gonna switch out computers. I swear I'm gonna switch it out. Cause this poor computer has seen its last days. Trying to get there, y'all. Mm, 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 mm. Team Cares, you gotta hit that like button. Team Lock 'em, the Cares up, gotta hit that like button. Just for whatever. Because, in this way, both of you kind of won, if you want to look at it. Trying to get it up. I'm trying to get Dave Barnes back up because I want to see have they worked out the calculations from the restitution. Okay, let me see. What is he saying now? Is he talking about the money? I'm waiting. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so we got some breakdown of the money. Okay, it says Leonard Weber rules on restitution, $42,000 for Pauline, with additional restitution denied as to Jane and Nia. With that, Leonard Weber concludes R. Kelly's sentencing hearing. Full story on the day's events coming shortly. So, $42,000 for Pauline, with additional restitution denied as to Jane and Nia. Well, how much were they supposed to get? Do y'all remember that? The amount they were supposed to get? Hey, Ready Red, Lady Take the Hey, House of Gospel. Oh, yeah, see, y'all are already on there. Right. So we got to see. So now, hold on now. Okay. Is restitution for Jane the 300 and shit? Like, what's the amounts? In my opinion, yeah, it was in it was up there. But I'm trying to see, okay, because he said right here, he said that J-Bo said 379,000 is an appropriate amount. 42 for Pauline with additional restitution denied as to Jane and Neil. So additional restitution meaning that they were awarded something, but the additional amounts weren't granted. What was the amounts, honey? Shit. And then check this out right here. So Jane done hired that attorney's office, right? And that's on the contingency basis. They're gonna get they change so that whatever she get, it's gonna be reduced by that 56,000 and something. It's gonna come out of that. Yeah. Cause she probably done signed, that paperwork that says that check go to their office first. It don't go to her and she change her number when the lawyer called for his money. No. Oh man. Y'all, it's been a pleasure and a delight chilling and mixing with most of you motherfuckers. All of y'all that's over here and some of the ones that will catch it later. But it has been a pleasure. I am grateful. Yes, hey Dolores. I'm not sure, Dolores, because he said no additional restitution. So that means that to me that they were awarded something, but what the prosecutors was asking for, they weren't. They didn't grant. He didn't grant. And like I said, Jane's money is going to be reduced by that attorney that she hired to negotiate all of that stuff. That's going to be reduced for by 56,000, whatever that number was. And remember, I'm not sure how R. Kelly gets his money these days. Probably the royalty and whatever else, but boy, you want to get to Alex Murdaugh? Okay. I'm get to Alex. I think it was on lunch, so let me put them up so I'll be ready when they come back. Alex is on the stand, y'all. He done killed everybody.
Under information, misdeeds are in the record, basically. I mean, the amounts, very specifically. So, if you're things out, he has not been convicted of anything. And it's going to be very process to stand, and they're going to ask him extend.
Let me put up my disclaimers real quick.
You told the jury it only goes to motive, and this obviously goes well beyond on Erwin. It gives them two now to argue relevant. And our advice was, had that information not already come out, would be sitting here, no financial misdeeds in the record, and believe the jury, the jury quitting him because proved motive. They haven't proved. There's no forensic evidence whatsoever, no confession, no eyewitness. It's all, as you say, and denying our motive. It's circumstantial. This is just a naked effort of character assassination to influence the jury, that he has committed these financial misdeeds or misrepresented other things. And as a result, no matter what charge you give the jury, we're fearful that if he hasn't explained any of that, they will hold it against him. And again, it all goes back to your original ruling to motive. I'm not sure they're arguing motive after Mr. Tindley's testimony and after Dawes Cook's testimony, both of whom said there wasn't a storm coming on Thursday. So again, our advice would have been different. If you would.
And I certainly
This new problem, and I'm arguing what we argued a month ago. Well, the next day, the state going through the minute details of each one of these offenses. We've already already went, in my opinion, this is a process for trial. This is all about.
No, that's not like a good jury argument if you're to make it's an argument that you can make to the jury, not what the questions that the state intends to ask. I cannot forecast the next 3 days as just done as to every minute detail the state will seek to introduce and prior to any testimony and anything that is objectionable that you all wish to object to it. The court will rule when those objections are made.
Your Honor, I appreciate that. All we're saying is if they have carte blanche to go into the minute details and talk about who the victims were and do all of that and do that, it's going to take a week more, especially with our objections, and then read enough time on financial matters.
I'll give an opportunity to respond if he's
Again, I don't think I need to address it any further.
Yeah, when a defendant takes the stand and testifies, he has no right to set forth to the jury all facts which may be favorable without exposing himself to cross-examination. Whether or not a defendant testify is solely the right of that defendant. The court makes no recommendations pro or con. I have no role other than advising the defendant of his rights and to ensure that he understands his rights so that he will make an informed decision with regard to testifying after consultation with counsel and anyone else he notified. Consult me engage in that colloquy at this time with Mr. Murdaugh.
Your Honor, I think it would be good for you to engage in that colloquy now. We have one short witness before he would testify if he continues to want to testify.
All right. Mr. Murdaugh, if you'll come forward and stand in for me, and Madam Clerk, if you will swear him.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. At this time, I'm going to explain to you certain. If you do not understand anything I say, please let me know, and I will explain it in greater detail. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, we have now reached the stage of the trial in which you are presenting your defense, and you have the right to claim the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. This amendment states in part that no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. And this means that you cannot be required to testify. You do, however, have the right to testify on your own behalf. However, no one can make you testify. Whether or not you testify is a personal right, and no one can waive this right except you. If you decide to testify, you'll be subject to the same rules that govern other witnesses, and you may be examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in this case. If you decide to testify, the decision on your part must be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made with knowledge of the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the consequences of your decision to testify. As I understand that you have no convictions involving dishonesty or false statements or for any crimes punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment. But as it relates to any other relevant issue as determined by the court, you may be examined or cross-examined on any relevant issue. Do you understand?
I do, yes, sir.
If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give the fact that you did not testify in consideration whatsoever, and that there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you did not testify. It is left entirely up to you whether or not you testify. You may talk with your attorneys, Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, family, friends, or anyone else, but the final decision will be entirely up to you. Do you understand what I've explained?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have questions whatsoever as to what I've explained?
No, sir, thank you.
And you've talked with your, not, you've tested the advice he's given to you. The court has no comment whatsoever as to whether you should or should not testify. But do you wish to confer with lawyers some more about whether or not you should testify?
No, sir, I don't need to talk to them anymore.
Have you made a decision as to whether you're going to testify?
Yes, sir,
All right, and what is your decision?
I am going to testify. I want to testify.
All right, very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we'll have one short witness before Mr. Murdaugh.
Very well. If you will bring the jury.
Jury is present.
Sure, thank you. Good morning. Day number 23. In this case, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls no to.
Good morning. What's your step? Put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You'll come to the witness stand and have a seat, please. Microphone is very sensitive and we have to get like right up on it. But if you would state your full name again and please spell your last name.
Nolan Tuten, T-U-T-E-N.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please tell the jury a little bit about yourself?
Grew up in Hampton County. Grew up around Paul and school at Wade Hampton. Played sports with
1800 blackout, such as this, and fired into your wife Maggie's leg, torso?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot?
You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The dead Richard Alexander Murdaugh wishes to take the stand.
You place your hand and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but?
Yes, ma'am.
You'll have a seat on the witness stand. Adjust that microphone. And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your last name.
I'm Alec Murdaugh, Murdaugh. Good morning.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June 7th, 2021, did you take this gun or any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun blow your son's brains out or any time?
No, I did not.
And fired into Maggie.
No, I did not.
Did you shoot?
And shoot my wife or
Mr. Murdaugh, is 44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered.
it is.
Were you in fact at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told you stayed after dinner?
I did lie.
Did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, follow-up interview Maggie and Paul? Agent Owen lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the kennels on that night. Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. It could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that. I had a deputy sheriff taking gunshot tests from my hands. call with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. All things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for SLED, caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick, just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly. On June the 7th, clearly, think I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did. I'm sorry to my son Buster. I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa T. I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Pawpaw. Do anything to hurt either one. Ever. Ever.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told a lie, and I told my family, I had to keep lying.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th, starting when you met with Paul.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day. You mean start in the morning or?
Sure, start in the morning.
It's regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town. She was going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edista, where she was having some work done on our house at Edista. But Maggie was there that morning. She told me she was doing these things. Always asked Maggie to come back, stay with me. Maggie did her thing. I went to work. That's Paul, my son Paul, Murdaugh.
Yeah, name for him was Paul. Yeah, sorry.
I mean, Bush and Maggie, I called him Paul, but Mags called him Paw. Bush called him Paw. A lot of people called him Paw. But anyway, I learned about I had known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the dove field. That's our dove field, which the dove field is just a big social part of having property. People come and it's just a social big part of it. So the dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home. And I learned that early Monday morning.
And and we'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah. After work, I met Paul at the property.
And we're going to backfill and talk about more of the day, but I just want to focus in on that evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the dove field and we look at the dove field. And
How'd you get to the dove field?
he had come in my brother's truck. We got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
Okay, so you're in Buster's truck and you go to the dove field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the dove field and we look, and it was clearly, it didn't, you could tell they were, you could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. They might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew that. So we knew we had to replant the whole field. So that didn't take but a second. But after that, Paul, we just rode the property. We spent time together. We rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to Single Oak Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the Bridge Stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute. And
Did you
I can remember the duck pond specifically because I had helped Paul plant the dove field and the corn in the dove field. So sunflowers, corn. And I had helped him plant the corn in the dove field. Paul had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the duck pond than it was in the dove field. We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
No, cabin is what?
That's it's just a little small, it's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure. It's got a little living area, a little kitchen. It's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And that's what you heard about where the kids stayed some summers.
Is that what the jury's seen? Some overhead pictures. It's right there on Moselle Road.
Yeah, it's right up on Moselle Road, and it's close to the door that goes to the shop and the kennels.
Did you spend any time at the shop, you think?
Oh yes, the shop was. That was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house, you might be out going to this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but the shop is where the kennels were located. You were always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were. That's where all the equipment was kept. That was the main hub.
Right.
And so we were there that day. There was a point in time where we unloaded the bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. We unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick. It's just one of the many things we did that day.
One is a Snapchat video and
That particular is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were that you can't see in the picture, but what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant vegetation for wildlife. Like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands. And what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string and it was falling over, and Pawpaw was laughing at me trying to get it back upright. And it was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for years. And it wouldn't stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
You could not be around Pawpaw You could not be around him and not have a good time.
Were you close to Paul?
You couldn't be any closer than Pawpaw and I and Buster and I were and are. He's just wonderful. Wonderful.
And it's one of the things you enjoyed doing together was just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Pawpaw. It was an absolute delight. But yeah, one of the things, Paul's passion. Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. He loved to work it. He loved to work with fields. He loved to work with food plots. He loved to hunt. He'd work on the roads. He would work on all of it. He would work on the structure. He worked on the whole property. It was his passion.
So on the evening of the 7th, jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
sure,
just ballpark, can you, knowing what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there and starting to ride the property?
Now that I've had the benefit of seeing all of these records, Pawpaw got home, I believe, a little bit before 7 o'clock, and I got home a little bit before him. I think the details had been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that, and Paul got there, very quickly thereafter.
And then
by 7 o'clock.
So you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records, a little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not. But if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went to the house, and I know that. But shortly after, however, I learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
So, and what'd you do when you got to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video was that the clothes you had on at work that day?
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes and what's on June 7th. How tall were you and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June 7th.
Sir.
When you're out.
Done some things. The bulldozer around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was heavy, and taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone makes you sweat more than you normally do.
So was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And that, when you took a shower, what did you change into?
I changed into the clothes in this trial, shorts and the shirt.
Change clothes.
I went back out where Mags and Pawpaw were, and
What were
for
they
dinner.
doing? What's going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed, I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix her plate. She may have fixed Pawpaw. Pawpaw was eating, and Pawpaw was almost done eating by the time I got back out, which also was unusual. I mean, Pawpaw was always on the go. I mean, he never rested, and he's going on his next item.
And
So then Maggie and I ate.
and you all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. Our normal, what we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little, a TV tray that she kept over there, and Pawpaw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
Was the TV on?
Yes,
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
yes. TV, if we were in the house, TV was on.
So what happened next, Alan?
Pawpaw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something, or he was in his room doing something. He was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking at, to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house or somewhere around the house doing something, but he wasn't Maggie and I. But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner. I had on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and I just didn't want to go right then.
Well, let me ask you, what had you done the previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
Start with Friday or
Yeah.
go backwards?
Yes, start with.
On that,
Just briefly.
so 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th, my dad was in the hospital in Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital. And I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. He was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there like this, but a nurse found me a soft chair sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep, you know, I didn't get a night's sleep. No, sir.
And then Saturday and Sunday,
Saturday, we had plans with Buster in Brooklyn. Y'all have heard about Brooklyn. It's Buster's wonderful little girlfriend. And Max and I had plans with them to meet them in Columbia to go to the South Carolina. It was a regional baseball tournament. And South Carolina was playing Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So, I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
and then, and did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine. And they had a son that played for Carolina. He was a first baseman, and a really good little player. And we met them and tailgated with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was just it was a fun time. We went to, and it was a night game, so we went to the game, and the game got over. You know, it really late into the evening, and after that, Brooklyn and Max and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went and had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day, and was there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right. And
then after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie.
yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to
Moselle.
Moselle.
The jury's heard about, I think Ms. Rass talking about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad.
She for my dad and sweets, and I picked up donuts and took to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together at Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes,
And then the 7th was a work day?
that's right. It was a Monday, June the 7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was Monday the 7th a work day for you?
Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you testified previously about Maggie asking you to go to the kennels, were you tired?
Oh, yes, I was tired.
And you had just had a shower?
Just had a shower.
And you said that, well, did you go with Maggie to the kennels
No,
immediately?
no, I did not.
What'd you do? What did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left in Palm.
Do you know how you got to the kennel?
At the time, I didn't, but now looking at these condensed records and understanding the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Pawpaw.
And did you stay in the house
Yes,
for how long?
not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm gonna ride up there. And I did.
And how did you get to the kennel?
I went on a golf cart.
Was the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah, it was. And it was there most of the time.
And when you you got on? What-
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Max had just let the dogs out. The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Pawpaw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted. I mean, Maggie loved Bubba. She loved Grady too, but I mean, she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway, when the dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at the overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels. So you got the kennels and the chicken coop sort of form an L shape. And in that L was some planted pines. First thing the dog do is go out in that, Bubba, and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean, he would go and he'd do a little number on this tree and that tree. You know how dogs do, and it's marking his territory. And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Greek chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl is a guinea fowl is like it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird that we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird. Because anytime, they just make a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever, they're going to make a lot of racket. So Grady's chasing the guineas. Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is normal. And they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out a long time. Bubba. I'm talking to Maggie for just Bubba chicken. I take the chicken. Bubba didn't chase the chickens, kill them, and they didn't normally kill them. They did, but I caught one. You can just tell by the way Bubba caught it, but he wasn't trying to kill. And so sometimes the chicken dead. It wasn't dead, but a lot of times they would be stunned and they would be just real chicken, where the chicken could be by itself for a minute and it was usually like normal and going about its, whatever chicken does.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen, this video of Paul with Cash, Rogan's dog. Do you know what was going on? What do you remember about that?
I knew Paul was fooling with back sort of driveway would be. It sort of runs out feed room. Storage rooms, what we call it's been called a feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did you,
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up, you think?
Not when I first got there.
Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Which, both dogs, one dog, do you remember?
I don't know, but I know Bubba had on his collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had 6, but is a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was. So you know, he would off, especially on Maggie. He would take off and run. And so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you know, you could know, okay, he's, you know, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him, but so far, but it would follow a good long distance. So you could go get the dog if he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it's just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you got the chicken out of the mouth and put it up on a saucer.
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember the pictures and all this, and I saw chicken sitting on top of the what looks to me like a portable dog crate. Wherever it was sitting on there, I would have put it there. You know, any reason to believe anybody that chicken. And ultimately, that chicken did die.
And what did you do after you chicken above?
I left. I went.
All kennel video with cat. On slow that on the ground. You remember seeing that?
He did.
Was one of those out?
Obviously, video. I specifically remember. I can look in that video and see it.
Right.
That's not something that
You seen?
sir. Absolutely. And great.
Then you get back to
Left. You sprout in the car. I would go that same.
the vehicle you walk. What mode of transportation did you?
And it is the golf cart. If you remember that, Mark testified that he saw where we normally would park it. You pull along the front entrance, and either you come in from the left and you go just past it and be on the right, or you come in from the right and you'd be just past it on the left. And that's where I got in it, and that's where I put it back.
Did you do anything else before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it take you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was.
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on, and I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go ahead.
If I misspoke on that, there's no question about it. Bubba had on a collar. I assume Grady did too. But I didn't, even though I saw Grady, I didn't notice for a fact that Grady had on a collar.
Okay.
But he probably did.
So
Makes sense to me that he did.
how long did it take get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong, but you know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open. All you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left.
And then I left.
Then leave, okay. And did you go back to the house?
I went straight back to the house, to the air conditioner.
And what did when you got back to the house?
I lay down on the couch.
And what? Was he on when you went back?
He never.
So we went on the couch. What?
No, I just did this off for a minute, but and I was going to visit my mom.
In the day.
Most days, if I didn't.
Of your mother's condition later in the afternoon of the 7th.
She's agitated, which she got agitated. You know, I mean, we were with my dad at the hospital. I mean, he had a lot over the 18 months, 2 years. I mean, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there, because, I mean, she would get agitated. I mean, that's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She's fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I mean, I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm confused because it happens frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated. You need to check on her. Her medicine. It wasn't urgent. Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her. Barbara better than, I mean, my mom loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else, when she fussed for anybody else, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, you know, in order. And, but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down. And that was sometimes make her for a little agitated when she woke up.
So did you go check on your mom?
I did.
Where did you party at?
You saw the picture at that deck. One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these, if these are the steps, back over there, which is where I park anytime you were going in that.
Right, I'm gonna stop there and ask if you don't mind pulling up statement 524, which is the GM OnStar data, and slide 38, which is in evidence. Can you see this the slide with those dots?
Yes, sir.
Out?
I can.
And the red dots here at the that seem to be joined. Where is that in relation to your parents' house?
Where the arrow is?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's back in the area where I'm talking about. All right, so if you look in this picture, all right, you see you see the open area with the green grass? That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad. Like, so you go, if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're gonna run straight into a carport, all right? By the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm gonna, Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Yeah.
And from this photo, can you point out roughly where you normally, you park that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sod and
Sure.
this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass, yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo? Are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I believe that satellite dish is right on the edge of the, there's a hedge and like you see I don't know what you call it, a border, like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever it is starts.
right.
I think you can't see it, but I think that satellite's probably close to that border.
All right. Well, let's
So it'd be to the
Let's pull
right of
another-
that in this picture.
Doug, will you pull up a Defendant's Exhibit 134? See if this is a. So where you're out,
That's it.
the stairs, are those the ones you would enter?
Right. These are the steps that I use that we always used. And one of the reasons being is my dad goes into what we call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen. And so straight, all this rooms kind of, that door goes straight to another door. It's no door that like to open. Immediately to your right, that into the entrance into where
I'm putting it back up. I don't know what happened. Hail Mary. Hey, Jennifer. Yeah, let me put this back up here. So this is an interesting case, y'all, because uh, okay, I'll be apologizing because I got a lot of touch devices, right? To where it's you touch it and it's gone. Okay, but y'all, this is a very good case to follow. This is a case that's going to can y'all hear me? I think y'all can. Yeah, this is a very good case that's going to teach you a lot about the law. Anybody that's interested to to continue further their knowledge about the law, it's my prediction is that it's I guess it's so much has been already missed or whatever because I would love to see how the judge ruled on certain evidence and just the normal procedure and the normal things that comes up during a trial, right? But this case has murder in it, financial cause of action for financials, all kinds of shit. It has so to me, it would probably produce a lot of different motions that you'd be like, okay, this is interesting. I wonder how the judge would rule on this, rule on that. You know what I'm saying? It's so much, and how they piece this case together and how it all unfolded. One thing happened from a boating accident, and it uncovered a whole bunch of stuff. And attorneys were investigating other attorneys, and it was men that were placed at different. I mean, people that were in law enforcement at the top in South Carolina where this happened. Then you had people that were placed at financial institutions and things. A lot of people went into carrying out a lot of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it is, listen, it is very, to me, it's very interesting. But I'll get back to it. But it is very interesting. I don't know if somebody had something they want to say with regards to this R. Kelly shit or whatever, but cost is gonna be fire. I need. Yeah, but I'm glad to look at y'all over here keeping up with the case. Look at Jennifer and Karen. All you need is one person to stay on the real shit and not be involved in the bullshit. And you just keep looking forward, looking ahead, honey. And these people that be stuck in bullshit and listen, these people they only got one trick. They can't do nothing else. Bullshit is what they do. Cause that's what and to be honest, they're not even at that good at that. Because if they were they would have channels that are that report on bullshit and celeb lives and gossip and all of that. Channels that flourish in that type of arena. You know what I'm saying? But they ain't even they just relegated to this little sector here with these little few people after goddamn 4 years. That's why I'll say between 2 to 4 years. Like what the fuck? Hey, even the people that even they reject your ass. like nobody wants you. But anyway, yeah, hon, I'm talking a little shit today. Because I know it tears up them goddamn insecurities, baby. It makes them stand on the goddamn fucking bridge and want to jump off. But hold on, let me get back to Murdaugh. His killing ass. He done killed it. Who kills their wife and the kid? Who does that? Him? Hold on.
That was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner. It was to the right. Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, a hospital bed. And there was a recliner where whoever would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital, and I talked to her for a minute. I was awake, and her hand, and
What kind of condition was she in?
she condition good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. She was agitated like I thought she'd be, or like I described her. So she agitated. Anytime we talked to my mom, trying to be real positive, um, I just talked, I just talked to her, made sure she was okay. But I didn't stay there. She was, looked on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then laid down on mom's, when I chairs to sit, and I just laid back on the bed.
Now, when you
Talked to
talk,
Shelly and we tea.
and when you're talking about mom's bed, right. Let me skip something. Was planning your mother's with you that night?
No,
Was-
in fact, Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom. She loved to visit my dad. And she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy. But, by this point, my mom, she was a shell. She was a shell of her old self. It was kind of sad to her anytime she helped. And Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
When we left Moselle to head to Alameda, the evening after, what
Say that again, Jim?
what exit did you use Moselle property when you're going to Alameda?
Well, it could be the entrance. There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we used, there was an entrance. I saw two, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where there wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that point. Going to Alameda, which the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
Do you notify Maggie in some form that you were leaving to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And did she answer?
No,
And what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact you didn't 2 times that concerned you.
That time, oh, so no. It's not unusual. Some property near me about how spotty cell service was at the time. Unusual.
Moving to Alameda, you spent time with your mother, and then you left and head back to Moselle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. No, I have some data off. About a minute. That. What were you doing?
My phone. I console where you couldn't get to it.
Were you during that minute or you? Yep. Were you? And your ride back to it faster than normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way that I drive.
When you got back to the Moselle property, how did you enter the property? Entrance you used.
Came right back through the main gate,
And what'd you do then?
went straight to the house.
And when you got to the house, what'd you do? Were that something you pulled up? Or?
There don't. There were definitely lights. All the lights in the house were on, yes.
How long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
Now that I've seen the benefit of these several.
I mean, were you?
You know, I don't know if surprise. You know, but I mean, I thought hot. Maggie was always cold. Sometimes she watched TV. We had TV and some in the main part of that. So I know and looked in there for her. It's not usual for Maggie in the back. He sat there. I know I did those two things and looked in those two places. And I did kennels. Still up.
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennel. I meant to call them. In fact, I probably did try to call them. Them would think I tried to call them to see.
And that when you drive down to the kennels?
I did. So bad. Can I? Yeah, I went to
Did you see him on the ground when you're?
I did.
When you came to a stop?
I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did. No, out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911. I called 911. Phone with 911. And I was trying to tend to Pawpaw. I was trying to, and I was back and forth between them.
Were you going to Paul and Maggie while you were on the phone with the non-operators?
Yes.
And in a paper, I just want to ask you, and you've told law enforcement that's been played here in the court. What did you do when you went up to Paul or something?
Paul. Paul, you're so bad. At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse.
What
I don't know. I tried to turn him over, face down. Brain laying on the sidewalk. No. Him by the bell. Turn him over. And when it popped out, his phone popped out. And just gonna put it right back there.
Yeah, how it popped up?
Of his pocket when I pulled him to turn him over, and it just popped out. And it popped right beside him. It sat right beside him.
Were you able to turn Paul at all?
I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't turn him over. No.
On what side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on the side that was away from that was what his phone popped out. I picked it up and I put it back on him.
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
No.
Sure.
I did. Yeah. I don't know. I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth between them. I know I did.
I'd like to play Doug, the Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as defendant's exhibit number 9. And the first clip, and stop it when I say stop it, please.
2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9.
County Communication. I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line, caller from 41 Colbert Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Okay. And so 147 Moses Road, I've been up to it.
Alec, when you stop now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
Talking about I saw what y'all saw pictures of. It was bad. It was terrible. And when I first got there, I know I got out of And I mean, I know, I got out of. While I was doing that, then is when I went. And
Okay. He shot really bad. He shot it. Okay, where is he shot at? Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere. I can see his brain. Okay, is he breathing at all? No. No, ma'am. He been near them at all? No. I just here. What was your dad? What?
On any or anything.
one of the first things she asked, that right, but
What were you?
you
You know which
anything about it. Pick up and I'll put it back on it.
any messages on his phone?
No.
Mag. You touch her.
Excuse me. I go back and forth. I mean, I went back and forth between them. I know.
From the 911 call. This is defendant's exhibit number 9. The first clip and stop it when it stops.
2021, 22 hours, that's 9.
Mitigation. Murdaugh line caller from 4147 Murdaugh Road. He's advising that his wife. Okay, and sir, give me the address again. It's 4147 Murdaugh Road. I've been up to it. It was bad. Okay, how did they shoot?
When you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
I'm talking about what was what, you know, I mean, it was bad. And I first got there, I know I got out of the car. And I know, I mean, I knew. got out of the car, but I didn't go, I don't think I'm all the way. I think I ran back and that's when I called 911. So I called 911 while I'm doing it. Then I went to Paul.
Keep going, please.
Oh, no, hell no. Do it now, it's fast. Okay, how do they shoot? Do they shoot themselves? Oh, no, hell no. Okay, and are they breathing? No, ma'am. Is it my wife and my son? Are they in a vehicle? No, ma'am, they're on the. Okay, and did you see? And he shot really bad. Okay, where is he shot at? Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood. His brain. Okay, is he breathing at all? No. No, okay, see, do you see in the air? Is there any guns near the? No, there's here.
Right in there, you say the word here. Are you calling in?
Talk. If you look, first thing she asked me, one of the first things she asked me was cells. And I knew way. It, they didn't shoot. It wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear the thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say and I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's and I say, if what you're me. So like David asked me, was still a dog, or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out, and there was no.
Let's talk about that briefly. Well, when you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul, where were the dogs?
The dogs were in the kennels. They were, dogs were in the kennels. They were wherever when law enforcement got there.
And you've seen them all day to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up. Did you roll the hose up?
No.
Did you do anything else when you other than call 911 and attend?
No, that I was trying to flash. I was trying to find. Other than those things, no, I didn't do anything at the kennel. I didn't do anything with any hose. I didn't do anything with any dogs.
Was there anybody with you?
No.
All right, keep going, please.
You can't see it from the road. Okay, is it a house or a mobile home? It's a house. Okay, what's your name? No, ma'am. Please hurry. We're getting somebody out there to you. Oh. There. Oh, should have known.
Ally, we just heard you say, I should have known. What are you referring to?
I said, Paul, I should have known.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paul got so many threats. Think twice. Paul, I should have known. Saying that, but I clearly hear myself say that.
You understand Paul is receiving.
Most, I mean, the stuff that was on media, I mean, it was, I mean, she couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. It was so over the top. Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just so crazy that, you know, we just, I mean, people talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him. And I mean, it's stuff you really, I mean, we disregarded it because it's so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
Keep going, please, Doug.
Okay, what is her name? Maggie and Paul. Is her name? Yes, ma'am. Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie? Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago. What? Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them? Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Well, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, you just heard that?
I did hear that.
Um,
And I said approximately to her
Right.
question.
When was the last time you saw them? Paul?
Right after I took the chicken from
And the PM, is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 44?
It
And
wasn't long after. No, from it. That I,
and you on the remember 907 or right before 907?
I mean, I've seen records and seen the transcripts. Yeah.
Records of this, but there's some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
Not everything we know now. I mean, was it roughly an hour and a half the last time you saw him?
it was. That would however minutes that is 10, 10 to 10, however many, you can look exactly and know what time it's between 10 and I'd seen them around 8.
All right, please keep going.
talk to her in person. And please hurry.
But we're getting somebody out there too. Me asking you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And if you mean it, no, you said it was fun.
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about
Go back to the house and get a gun? And is this the gun that you got? And how did you load this gun? What did you load it with, if anything?
That was gun, as best I can remember. I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there was some other gun. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. Would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the, I can get my hands on. I know the gun had a shell in it. And I know.
Have you?
And the records, and I've in the gun.
Is that 16 gauge shotgun?
Not a shotgun.
Put 16.
I obviously realized what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't. I mean, hunt life. I know you can't. It's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances.
Why did you go back to the house to get a gun?
I just didn't know. I didn't know. No. Saw it be. I didn't know if somebody was still out there. I don't know.
And does anything,
ma'am, not particularly. No, ma'am.
To my house, get a gun, just a few seconds back, 10 seconds maybe.
now you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but then whenever my officers get there, okay?
Up some more. Back up some more, please.
I have just in case.
What is your telephone number?
27. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
You said,
What I said.
is it much further?
I mean, as you heard, in 1,100 and something feet, but
Okay. You're wrong about your estimate.
sure.
Keep going.
Ma'am, Not, ma'am.
Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by, my son had a boat that being threatened for months and hit several times and
do you know who was threatening your son?
My son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
Going back on there.
That's Dave with the same.
22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Close, ma'am.
Yeah, no, out with you ever since you've got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you. Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the door? Okay. Do you have your flashes on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them now, okay? If you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Not, Ally, that second clip starts at 22:13. And by
Yes.
that way you 911 operator.
Yes.
I mean, exactly during that. We actually catch them.
To Aggie. But 2 times.
Did you touch one or both of them before you got in the car and drove back to the house?
Yes. Yeah.
One or both? Do you know?
Both. Both.
All right, keep going, please.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Al, you informed the 911 operator
I just know that it is, I mean, I don't believe there was any like formal police, that type of thing, but I mean, it had been reported and, I mean, it was, well,
Were you saying he had filed some official report when you said yes?
no, I thought there was a police report.
Do you know whether he made some type of report on campus?
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I mean, I know that there's a, and he was asked to come meet with, God, I can't remember the gentleman's name now, but I appreciated it so much that I never thought I'd forget it, but
Is it part of student counseling service?
yeah, he was the dean of student. But anyway, it reached out to Paw and wanted to talk to him. I mean, first we were, you know, why they want to talk to him? And I mean, even I believe I had Paul come talk to you about that because we were concerned. Well, what are they going to talk to him about? But when Paul and Jim got there, it turns out that it was really just, I mean, they were wanting to make sure he was okay. But just make sure you're okay. And I know that, you know, they were aware of the threats, or some level of threats. And so, yeah, I mean, it had already been reported to them.
Do you want?
And what's your son's name? Paul?
I was told to call something for the family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, your diary. Okay. So we have them come in and I'm going to flash it on your video, okay? You got flashes on for me? Okay. Just, whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
So Alec, did you call family after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes.
Who'd you call?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John, and I know I tried to call Roro. Well, Roro's not family, but I called Randy and John. And I called Randy and John.
And you just
Rogan. We call him Roro. I called him Roro.
Why did you try to call Rogan?
I don't know. The crow flies 1.5 miles.
Any name on Paul anybody that night?
No.
Uh,
No. The time calls that are to Rogan. I mean, I'm trying. I don't believe immediately. I think either me trying to call times to meet and
the done by trying to test that Michael gun state employees. Were you attempting on one operator?
I heard them after you. And then he texted.
So an entry on this
At a lot of in my search history was trying to dial contacts that that I've used in cases. I haven't used him in 2 years, and he's a good guy, but we're not personal.
phone. What? How do you?
Basically, they're and I'm gonna call it.
I'll ask you,
About minutes, please do not discuss the case.
So go ahead and sit down. Let me see. Let me. Hello? Okay. I don't know if anybody's still here, but could y'all at least hear? Because she just told me that the audio, well, I just seen that the audio was going in and out. So I've been tearing this damn wall up. I've been on a petty wall. Hey, I've been on my petty wall. Or as Jojo call it, the messy board. Yes, honey. Yes. Okay, let me see. Hey, Angie, I'm on this case. I stay 20 minutes away and here to be court 2 times. And he's a bit like, oh, right. Oh, good, shout, baby. Oh, wow. So that's what I like to hear, honey. People have interest in other shit. I'm gonna see when he take the stand. Well, I'm assuming he comes back. But did you hear him? Excuse me for crunching. Did you hear him? I don't know if y'all are still in here, but did you hear him lie and get smart with them damn people? He comes from a family of attorneys. And a lot of his family, they both served like on the prosecution side. Back in the day, they were, I think they held political seats and shit. It was crazy. And for him to turn out like that, it's sad when he had to, I think they forced him to resign or whatever out of his own family's, business. Like that was his father's company. His father's and his granddad. Like it's crazy. Let me see where they're at now. Hold on.
right, thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. 21 with
Me and asked about the fee check in the Ferris case. And Jeannie was coming to me and saying she was following up on that if she did it.
briefly, the Ferris, what really happened, the EP court, directly, come to you directly.
No.
Did, when Ms. Seconder asked you about where the fee was, what'd you tell her?
I can't remember exactly what I told her. The conversation interrupted. I told Jeannie that the funds were in Wilson, and nothing. I didn't know where to mix up.
What was your level of concern about Ms. Seconder's inquiry to you on June the 7th?
There was some level of asking me what I have. So certainly I had some concern. It was, as you heard testimony earlier, at some point Annette Griswold had Wilson an email, something to the effect of Alec thinks he has more expense or seek financial documents from Chris. When Chris Wilson, when Chris, what?
It's 801-802.
Response.
Your Honor, I'm not asking for what. Were you current with Western County records? Your law?
No, I was. Chris Wilson and I were very close. We talked, worked with him all the time. And I mean, he was one of the people closest to me in the whole world. I knew everything about him. And I knew he was going through one of his partners, and he and his partner had split up. A partner and an associate had moved to a firm in Charleston. The partner was going through a divorce, and the wife of the partner was trying to get Chris Wilson's trust documents in that case to find out money her husband got. It didn't have anything to do with Chris and I or anything. It really had to do with it. But I knew that Chris Wilson was law firm, at least at that time, and at least not soon. So I'm sure with me that I guess at that particular time, it wasn't anything that was a big deal.
Was there an immediate urgency to the situation on June the 7th?
No.
And I believe there's Ms. Seconder testified about your conversation with her. You learned that your dad was going back in the hospital.
That's correct. There was a text. I can't remember if that text came from my brother Randy or my brother John, but they were the ones that were taken back to the day. And whichever one was John was with him at to breathe was coming from a caused by the cancer. But this particular text was saying, oh, back in the hospital, doctor thinks pneumonia, and which was, you know, I mean, pneumonia is never a good thing, but compared to cancer, that pneumonia was big to learn that.
So on the software information you did, I mean, you believe at that time the prognosis was pretty fine?
Well, it was better than the alternative. I'm not going to say it was good, but it was better than it stayed very long, but it definitely was better.
Do you not you told second that ads could, do you know, remember whether you did that or not?
No, wouldn't have. And what I, you know, is the thing. My dad's hospital, Jeannie and I, you heard. I mean, she stopped. Going in the hospital, and the very next day, we learned that a year amount of time that's gone by, Jeannie assumed she was terminal.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Mr. Believe that your financial house of cards. Yeah. Had you had, and I think there's stated up to Russell Lafayette at Palmetto State Bank about extending a line of credit on the Moselle property.
Yeah, I had reached out to him. I can't remember the date of that text, but it was fairly recently. I had reached out to Russell.
And on June 7th, do you have equity in the Moselle property that, or you and Maggie had equity in that Moselle property?
Sure. And fully, there was equity in Moselle. At the time, being $800,000 and so on 1,700, you know, I don't know what the timber value was, but if you just set $1,000 an acre, that'd be another $1,000,000-something in value over and above the appraisal. I doubt the timber value was that high. I'm just using that as an example, but if it was 500, it'd be another $800,000. So, you know, there was several $1,000,000 in equity in that Moselle property.
All right. And did you have an Edisto Beach house?
Yes.
And around June, how much Edisto Beach?
If I remember correctly, there was about owed on that house. What I think $7-something thousand.
Immediately after the murder, around June 7th, 8th.
Maggie's, yes.
How so?
As the buyer Moselle was Maggie's name. With Maggie, all I do is get her to sign. I always did. So, I mean, she when Maggie wasn't here, there were papers like would normally go and get a loan. So I couldn't.
Other hearing schedule defendant for that week.
Yes,
Do you remember?
I've heard it. I knew at the time it's June the 10th, Thursday, June the 10th.
What was your level of concern about that here coming up on June the 10th?
About that hearing,
Yes, sir.
that hearing was the vision was coming up, which
What do you mean by venue?
the vision is well suspended. And so that govern where you can bring a case, there's laws and rules that govern how certain parties, a defendant or a plaintiff, can go about trying to move it from one place to another. So in the plaintiff's Beach family was trying to move to, I want the case to Stanton County. And about doing the little on those. I wasn't. Danny was promising me personally, just representing me personally, and Doug was representing me personally, and those are the guys that were doing the legal. I'd already done what I had to do for the financial motion, and Danny Henderson was on me about getting him a financial statement because.
Let's stop. So there was a motion to compel and seek a lot of financial records from you. Was that correct?
Absolutely.
And were you concerned that your financial house was going to be opened up for the world as a result of that hearing?
No, I've been a plaintiff's lawyer like Mr. Tinsley that sat here. We do the same exact thing. In my law firm, the guys in my law firm are some of the best lawyers that I've ever known. Definitely some of the best lawyers in the state, handling some of the biggest cases that have ever gone on in this state. In my 27 years of practicing, plaintiffs always are trying to look and get financial documents of corporate defendants, of, those type things. In my 27 years, I've never been able to get a judge to order anything more than a net worth statement prior to a phase at trial. So early on in the never get a judge from me Mark saying he was
working on a document that coming hearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
Statement.
And clear that the balance of your balance of your retirement account.
I don't remember doing, certainly be something that I did, a financial statement. And the document that I prepared was what Murdaugh, it was tight, it was handwritten, ready to be typed. Handwritten in the neatest handwriting that I could make. Those on my whenever that he found it. What was going to be necessary, what was going to be used Thursday.
You're stealing client funds. Did you do that?
I did.
Did you steal?
I did. No, I'm not quite sure how I'll let myself.
Now, what type of addiction are you referring to?
Is painkiller.
And
Specific. Oxycodone or opiates in general?
Opiates in general.
I'm not quite sure the exact. I hurt my knee really bad playing football in college, and I had a knee surgery. And the medical science at the time was such that the surgery didn't work, bottom line. So it just didn't last. So within a couple of years of that, I started having a lot of knee troubles. And ultimately, I had to have a couple of surgeries, but the last surgery I had was, I think, around 2002, and I think it was around 4. So I started taking hydro. I continued. I'd force myself off of it. And after I'm guessing that was around 8, something like that. Just escalate.
Did you or go to detox on occasion?
I did.
How many times?
That I went. I've been to a detox facility 3 times.
First time.
December of 2017. I could. And all three formal detoxes that I same
Of a telephone conference, is that where you were during that meeting with Mr. Harper? Time you went, how did you stay?
yes. Getting to the point where the rest of the dependency, the full dependency is supposed to be gone after 7 days. So in other words, I mean, there's so many things. Opiate withdrawal is, I mean, it's hard. But supposedly at the end of 7 days, you don't have those physical symptoms. Like, I don't want to be too graphic, but you're sick, you throw up, you have terrible diarrhea, you sweat like you're running a marathon. You can't hold your legs still. You can't lay down. Now, like what I'm talking about, the legs moving, that goes away after about 24 hours. So, after about 24 hours, you can lay down again and maybe sleep some, but you sweat, you throw up. Yeah. So many issues. That's okay. Payoff, you're supposed to be staying off.
And so in December 27th, how long did it take once you got home from detox?
I mean, you still, even though this dependency is gone, you still have, you're still so sick. I mean,
Is that something you've been battling for quite some time?
as long as I can remember.
How long have you been drug-free, opioid-free?
535 days. And I'm very proud of that.
Questions about Labor Day weekend 2021?
Okay.
You remember being confronted by your law firm?
Sure I do.
And what were you learned about?
Still money.
Conduct,
one of my Danny and Randy. Yeah, I mean,
did
it is.
they learn about a faithful account? You've missed.
Yes, I did.
Tell your opioid struggles, opioid addiction.
About my addiction, yes, sir.
were any of your law partners aware of your addiction?
Not just in my knowledge, I'm certain that they were not aware of my addiction.
How would you characterize your opioid use or addiction? Severe, moderate?
Then or now?
No, in 2020, 2021?
I mean, I don't know how I would have characterized it then. After going to rehab and learning more of the things I've learned, really talking to addicts about experiences. I mean, I will tell you that my addiction was extremely, extremely bad.
How were you able to function? Or were you able to function?
Yes, I was able to function.
You were addicted to opioids. After you were committed on Labor Day 21, did you resign for then on remember what happened that day? Did you Chris Wilson?
Chris Wilson at my mom's dad's house. Addiction. I definitely gave them some details about what I'd taken. Was very candid about the things that involved him.
Had the detox facility before you met with Chris Wilson on the
I believe that we had already and made arrangements for me to go there.
Okay. And
He had arrangements for me to go there on Monday, and I had to went to the hospital shortly after that. So yes.
reach out. And from
Use detox and rehab to help.
and what was your immediate plans after? I mean, for the day after you met with Chris Wilson, did you have plans to have any other meetings on that Saturday?
I wanted to go and meet with Corey Fleming, who was another lawyer who was affected by the things I did.
Okay. And did you go meet with Corey Fleming?
No.
What'd you do instead?
I'd given my, when I gave my little brother Randy, and I think I gave him, I took a lot of pills because I wouldn't be taking anymore. So Randy had my pills. I had to get some from him the night before, but I only got a small amount. I wasn't anything near like I knew it was coming, and I called some before Chris,
And you meet this, did the person you called bring you more pills?
I don't know if brought or not. By the time I met with him, after meeting with Chris and after, the starting of the withdrawals, I changed my plans.
What was the change in plans?
Not to get pills from him anymore. And instead, I asked him to shoot me.
Did you ask him to shoot you as a sympathy ploy, or did you want?
As a sympathy
die?
ploy?
Yes, sir. Why did you
No.
ask him to shoot you? What was the end goal that you wanted to accomplish?
I meant for him to shoot me so I'd be gone.
And who was this? Who did you ask to do this?
Eddie Smith.
And did he shoot? Where we caught in Hampton. Where
County is just right on the border of Salkehatchie Road, right on the Salkehatchie.
and why did you want to be gone?
I mean, I knew all this was coming to a head. I knew how humiliating it was going to be for my son. Been through so much. At the time, in the bad place I was, it seemed like the better thing to do. I don't think that will now, thankfully, but
Right.
I did at the time.
Did you have life insurance on you?
Oh yeah, I had a lot of life insurance.
Who was the
The beneficiary.
How much life?
At $1 million.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Matt? Alex, will you tell this jury about Maggie and your relationship with her?
Y'all saw a picture. She's just beautiful. Inside, she was outside. And she was so adventurous. I mean, you couldn't tell her something was good or for herself. She wanted to do, see it, experience it on her own opinion. She was devoted. With two boys, Paul, me. I mean, she made sure we didn't want anything ever. Playful. I mean, she had a laugh. was funny. She had this little play and bite her lip. I can't do it. I mean, when she just do it, it just melts you. You know, she was such a lady, such a feminine person, a girl, but then she had 2 boys. And I mean, she didn't grow up in the swamp and in the country, riding 4-wheeler, hunting. And I mean, she changed everything. She became riding 4-wheelers and things now. Don't get me wrong. She was still her man. I mean, she loved to do those things with her nieces, but I mean, she through it, never not working. She just didn't suit. Come back at the end of the day and she was so off the toilet. She's a good one. She's just a special person.
Alan,
Very special person.
would you ever do anything to harm Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie. Ever.
We loved your relationship with him.
And Papa, I mean, Papa was just the brightest. He was the most inquisitive young man to be a part of everything. If you were working as a little boy, you'd be working on know what you were doing. And he was a 100% country boy. He was tough. He hunt anything. He could catch any fish. He could run any piece of equipment. he could use any, I mean, he could do anything. He I mean, so, and he was, on the other hand, sweet. Come home, where he he would you know, do stuff like that. Boy, he cared about people. He was fiercely loyal. Never told about. And I'll challenge you right now, challenge everybody in this room. Somebody that really would say something about him. And I challenge everybody who can hear me now to do that. I mean, Paul was that kind of person. If you knew him, he was glad to help you. You might not have quite place yet. Jump around from thing to thing a lot. There's no question in my mind whatsoever. Paul would have found what that thing was that he was going to do. And whatever that being, he was going to be one of the best at it that you've ever known. And I'll tell you one more thing. I didn't even know this when Paul was alive. Excuse me. When they were doing his eulogy, I gave the names of some of his friends. And he had a cute friend that they were just friends, but a cute little girl that Maggie adored. I didn't know her very well, but Maggie did. Maggie adored her, but her, and we learned this from her, Julianne. And at 22 years old, learned. I mean, Paul would tell his friends, be present, appreciate where you are, the things you have, and the people around you. I think a lot of that came from it hurt Paul so bad when Mallory died. I mean, 22-year-olds, do you know that think that way? Be present. Appreciate things around you. At 22 years old. He's the most special boy.
Do you love Paul?
Did I love him? Like no other. He and Buster.
Do you love Maggie?
More than anything. I love Maggie from the first time we went out.
Did you kill Maggie?
No, I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. Never hurt Maggie. And I would never hurt Paul. Ever. Under any circumstances.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the state may have.
Sir. Thank you.
We'll take a.
Excuse me, Jeff.
We'll take a 10-minute recess. Discuss this. Do not discuss your testimony during the recess. 10 minutes.
But I certainly it probably points that no, and she going to and um um
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Please. Mr. Murdaugh, let's start with a few things I think we can agree on.
all right, sir.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your lie for a year and a half that you were never down at those kennels at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
I think, Mr. Waters.
Would you agree that that's an important? No. And would you also agree time that law enforcement officers that you've talked to and the prosecution and here in open court ever heard you that you lied about being in the kennels was today in this court?
I'm aware of that.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that for years you were stealing money from clients
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
and that you were stealing from,
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
and that had been going on since at least 2010.
I'm not sure of the exact date, but it's been going on a long time. I'll agree with
All right,
that.
what's your best date?
I don't get a dispute with 2010. I just don't know that for sure.
All right, sure about a lot of things, but you don't know that. Is that correct?
I'm fine with that date, Mr. Waters. I don't reason. I'm just not certain of it.
Let's just keep on things that we may be able to agree about. And let's talk first about your family's legacy here in the legal profession, okay?
Talk about anything you want to.
Good. Tell me about your great-grandfather. Was he the solicitor for the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Randolph Murdaugh Sr.
All right. What did he go by? Do you know?
Randolph.
Randolph. And did you ever get to know him? Did he before?
Oh, no, sir. He got killed in 1940.
And how long was he solicitor?
20 years.
20 years.
Yes, sir.
And then your grandfather. Who was that?
Randolph Jr.
And did he go? What did he go by?
Buster. That's who Buster was the solicitor for 40 from 1940. When my great daddy killed, he served in 1986. He was
Okay.
a served prosecutor in the country.
Was your grandfather, correct?
I knew him extremely well and loved him dearly.
Idolized him, did you not?
Yes, you know. I
So he
loved
was the
him
chief
dearly.
prosecutor for all that.
Yes, sir.
And then your father, Mr. Randolph, he served long after.
When my grandfather retired, because solicitor after age 72, my dad took over, filled his unexpired term, and then he ran.
He became the chief prosecutor for this year as well.
Yes, sir.
And how long he solicitor?
From 1988 until 2000.
So work case then. After-
Define.
He was an excellent lawyer, right? Big part of your family legacy around here is that history of being the chief prosecutor and being part of the central part of the legal. Would you agree with that?
That my family's been a central community. Yes, sir, I agree with that.
For the area.
19,
1920,
1910, great-grandfather started the law
the
firm.
law firm.
Yes, sir.
All right, so 1920 to 2006, correct?
That's
And broke a chain of being the chief prosecutor, correct?
that's correct.
Law school as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you go to law school?
1994.
Full-time solicitor?
No, sir.
You went into private practice, I think with Mawson, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you
1994.
went to the forum because of your activities, correct?
I started in
Answer my question, if you
1994.
would, please, first.
What was your question?
My question was that you started first with Mawson Coon. Go ahead and answer that one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went to the law firm that doesn't exist anymore, that started in 19, but it doesn't exist anymore because of your activities, correct?
That's correct.
And of this trial lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
Trial lawyer.
I don't know about your adjective, but I was, I guess so. Yes, sir.
As a doctor, but you won't tell this.
If that's the criteria, yes, sir, I was successful.
You won case, correct?
I did win cases.
Settled case.
Sure, I settled cases.
Heard your former law partner say that you were successful.
There's some of them say that.
I think you even became president of the Trial Lawyers Association. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
The exact year, but it would have been in the 2015 range, 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
Of the who did jury trials, correct?
Well,
In the eyes and giving closing argument. Is that right?
yes.
And what kind of cases did you normally do? What just generally what subject matter?
I did all kinds of cases that, I mean, I handled some very big cases. I had a lot of cases where, somebody, their cable company was billing them $20 more than it should have been. And I handled it from that to the and everything between.
All right. So the big cases, tell me about those. Those were typically plaintiff work, correct? For big cases?
Yes.
Okay. And because where, or they would be, for example, automobile or truck accidents, correct? Or that some of it?
Every big case I ever had was an automobile. No, no, sir. Not all of them were automobile wrecks.
Were many of them?
Sure.
And if they, let's say, your plaintiff collided with like a UPS truck or a tractor trailer or something like that, you've had cases like that, correct?
I have.
And they led to very big recoveries. Is that correct?
The UPS case that I handled?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And as a part of that, developing those types of cases, you were involved in getting to this, correct? And you were involved in gathering correct?
You presented.
You never did that?
I've never had a case specifically where type data that all of many times in a wreck, the event recorder will go back. were a lot of people that did. Yes, sir.
And did you think that a
have any reason to doubt it.
Good.
But I don't.
And you would agree that that's generally consistent with the country data, correct? Starter data.
The OnStar, I think the OnStar data and the telemetry data are totally different.
All right, you don't think they're generally consistent with one another? Is that what you're telling us, jury?
No, I'm not telling the jury anything about that. I'm just saying, do I think they're consistent? I think the OnStar data tells gives you one set of information, and the telemetry data gives you another set of information.
Okay. But you don't think they're consistent? I think we're struggling on what seems to be a fairly simple point. Don't you agree?
Mr. Waters, I'm just trying. I'm not trying to be difficult. What you're referring to is the telemetry is when the car goes park and drive thing. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And the GPS information is telling the vehicle on a certain path.
Correct.
And what direction it's going. So I think that they're just two different types of information.
The question was, were they consistent with one another?
I guess so. I don't think they contradict each other.
All right, thank you. All right. You were the breadwinner for your family, correct? For your immediate family.
Yes.
And that included obviously for Maggie, correct?
I'm sorry?
That included for Maggie, correct?
Absolutely.
And in large measure for Buster and Paul as well. Would you agree with that?
That I was the
primary breadwinner, yes.
No, I was their source of, was the source of income for Maggie, Buster, and Paul.
Okay.
I mean, I guess as they got older, there's some point where Buster had a job, but I would still consider myself the provider for them at that time.
Okay. Again, there's no trick here. I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Mr. Waters, I don't think so.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State 570 and see if you recognize this particular item. You can go ahead and take it out of the badge, the bag.
All right, sir.
You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
That's 571.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I'm going to show you what was in the bag in 570. Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah.
All right. What is that?
Which one?
570. What is that?
All right. 571 is what I would consider to be my badge.
All right. And then what is this one right here, which is 570?
Okay, 570 would be the one I told you about, was my grandfather after he became an badge.
Enforcement. Would you dispute it was covered out of the on September 4th, the day out of the evidence? Please.
Okay, I keep getting kicked off with this thing, so let me put a pause on that. And I could pick it back up later because people keep hitting me. They want to talk about what done happened. Yes, people getting off work. They want to talk about what has happened. I think the link is the link still at the top. Anybody want to come in? The link is still at the top. Um, yeah, this like I said, this trial, that Murdaugh, man, god damn. You hate to be a friend or a family member, a client or whatever, because he kills them all. Rip them off and kills them. But y'all, that is such a good case to follow. Um, Let me know if that link is still at the top. If not, I can repost it. Let me go ahead and repost it now. But listen, once again, I have to thank all y'all who have been a person that has helped with the participation over here, right? And I'm telling you, some of the shit that really touched me is when I don't ask for a goddamn dime, right? But it's some of y'all went, and I don't know how you goddamn hacking ass terrorists do this, and found my goddamn cash app anyway and shit like that. I'm like, that is crazy. That shows sincere appreciation. I don't have to what what I do what I do care, but I don't have to ask. I didn't have to do any of that. I didn't have to guilt you into and any of that shit. And you guys somehow like I don't know, and it's not. Everybody can use an extra dime or two. I'm not saying that when I say this next statement, but it's like it wasn't, I wasn't in need of no money or anything like that. And you guys, did things of that nature. And I just want to appreciate y'all because that, really, touched my heart. You guys were down with the way this channel is set up. You understand what I'm saying? We have no favoritism. We have no friends and all this type of shit, whatever, where somebody's going to be, you know, treated differently because you're more friend of another and all that type of bullshit. Like I say, people come up here and cuss me out, come through here and curse me out, or done curse me out and come through here like they ain't said shit and they allowed to stay. You understand what I'm saying? So, you guys were down with the non-conventional way this channel was set up. I like to think that we did it in a smart way because, like I said, a case has two sides, okay? Only just listening to one side, like, what is that? To me, that's just a show of ignorance. Only just dealing with people. I mean, that's a preference. You can do that. I mean, that's just your preference. But I don't understand what would you do if you work next to a person that either that were opposite you on the on what you feel about this case. If you were for Kels, if somebody next to you were against Kels, where are you going to ask the supervisor to move you? Are you going to quit your job? It's like it is crazy. It don't make no goddamn sense. So I was never going to conform to any of those types of shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm never gonna do it because as you see, a lot of these motherfuckers are hypocritical. The very motherfuckers they talk about are the ops or whatever, the same motherfuckers they hang with. Go figure. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's a bunch of bullshit. It is a bunch of bullshit. So I don't be wanting to hear it. But it's excuse me. Also, somebody had told I got a message that some people were out there talking about he got a suspended sentence and oh my gosh. So I once again, thank God. I don't have no, I don't mind nobody coming through asking questions or whatever because depending on where you coming from, what channel you coming from, you ain't gonna know. You're gonna have the wrong information. And we try to get it so right. And we'll be up here all night. We'll be up however, but we're gonna get it. We're gonna try to get it as accurate as possible. And if we fuck it up, we're gonna come back and try to clean it up, if that's the case. So, I can't thank y'all enough. I'm doing all this thinking because I don't know when I'll be back on here. you know, uh, but no, there is no suspended sentence, and that's not what he said. Lord, that's not what the man said. Let me read. Let me see if I can find what he said. He said that R. Kelly may be eligible for supervised release after serving 3 concurrent years in prison. Okay. So what that means is after serving 3 concurrent years in prison, at that point, he'll probably start going up to the probation or parole boards. And if they grant it to him, then hey, I mean, he'll still be doing the New York sentence. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is during the time he's doing those 30 years, he is eligible to get supervised release after 3 years. So, and that's just what it says. It doesn't mean it's a suspended sentence or anything like that, unless it was some more to the sentence that we didn't report on. I mean, it that hasn't come out. It look like to me it's 19 years concurrently, 1 year with one year. Well, it's 20 years. Let me say it right. 20 years with 19 years being concurrent and 1 year being consecutive. All right. And he's eligible for supervised release after serving 3 concurrent years in prison. Okay, what's good with it, James? Yeah, that only applies to Illinois. So if that even comes up, he will, if he's granted that, he will still be in jail. Just give me 1 minute, y'all, and then whoever wants to come in, y'all can hit the link. Let's just give me 1 minute. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for holding. So, yeah. So there is no, like, his whole 20 years or whatever isn't suspended now or anything like that, right? So you have to go through. Um, he has to get out of parole or probation in order to get the supervised part of it. Let me see. Right, so however it's done. What's up, girl? So if you are, Team Kales, y'all should be celebrating, right? Because it could have been much worse. He was facing up to 90, and that could have been ran consecutively. He got a bunch of breaks on the money, breaks on the time. He even on his sentence, he even got some conditions after 3 concurrent years. Like, damn. You understand what I'm saying? And anything can happen. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Mm-hmm. So, trying to see. I got a lot of questions that came in. It was hitting me. Hold on. Trying to find them all, y'all. Trying to find them all. Okay, breaking down. Okay. Okay, yeah. So the 20 years is not a suspended sentence. All right. Just want to make sure that is clear. It's not a suspended sentence. The judge gave his order, his stipulations as well. Then that order saying after 3 years. Hey, Danny. So I don't know how y'all feel. I think we got both sides in here. How y'all feel? I'm interested in knowing that. What's the fallout? How y'all feel? I mean, do y'all even, if you are a Team Kales, do you even recognize that that's a big break? I tell you what, I'm pretty sure that judge isn't he isn't a favorite person for the prosecution for his Kim Fox or the government. I want to know, did they take he got sentenced today to another 16 years? Oh, wow. Hey, oh, thank you, Danny, for coming through with the information. Really? Oh, let's see if the prosecution, let's see if they got a press conference. Hold on. That'll be interesting. Hold on. Oh, gosh. Let's see. Hold on. Trying to look. Come on. But nobody want to speak today? Hmm. Let me see. What's this? Yeah, Weinstein got sentenced today. I get lawyer's question witness after damages. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Maybe I got something. No, that's not. That's 6 months ago. What about this? Let me see if this is going to play. Hold on. Let me put this up here and see if I can play this.
Is that him coming?
Child, that was damn clickbait. I don't know goddamn nothing recent. Yeah, this is some kind of, I don't know what kind of old bullshit ass thing is this. They got by Joycelyn being pregnant. They said R. Kelly's former manager sentenced to prison over shooting hoax. This, like, stop playing with our emotions. We don't have time for that. It looks real official, but it's about bullshit. Um, Let me see this. Like, this is strange. Why would, I mean, nobody wanted to talk? Everybody that distraught on both sides? Like, what is going on? Like, what's going on with everybody? Nah, I ain't playing that subscribe game and get access. I ain't doing that. 'Cause I fucked around and left my credit card on that thing one time, and honey, they ain't think about it till months later. They had to charge my ass. What happened? Okay. Well, let me read this to you. This seems like a pretty good article. Let me read this to you. It says R. Kelly sentenced to 20 years in child porn case, but total prison time only extended by 1 year. A judge sentenced R. Kelly, the once high-flying R&B star turned convicted sex offender, to 20 years in prison Thursday on another set of sex crimes, including several child pornography charges. But 19 of those years will be served concurrently with his existing prison time, meaning only 1 year gets added to the end of his previous 30-year sentence. Kelly, 56, was found guilty in September on 3 counts of child pornography and 3 counts of child enticement, but was acquitted of a fourth pornography count, as well as a conspiracy to obstruct justice charge, accusing him of fixing his state child pornography trial in 2008. He is already serving 30 years for his 2021 racketeering and sex trafficking convictions in New York. U.S. District Judge Harry Lynn Weber ordered that Kelly serve 1 year in prison following the racketeering sentence imposed last year in New York. Prosecutors in a sentencing memo last week recommended Kelly serve 25 additional years and that he serve it consecutively to the New York federal case sentence, meaning the former music star will essentially spend the rest of his life behind bars. With Thursday's sentence, though Kelly will serve no more than 31 years, that means that he will be eligible for release around the age of 80, providing him some hope of one day leaving prison alive. Wait a minute. Oh, God. Can we just. Okay. Jesus. All right. It says, what happened at the sentencing? Leonard Weber said at the outset of the hearing that he did not accept the government's contention that Kelly used fear to woo underage girls for sex. The government's whole theory of grooming was sort of the opposite of fear of bodily harm, the judge told the court. It was the fear of lost love, lost affections from Kelly. It just doesn't seem to me that it rises to the fear of bodily harm. Oh, damn, Leonard Weber. Okay. Prosecutors say Kelly's crime against children and his lack of remorse justified the stiffer sentence. A calm Kelly spoke briefly at the start of the hearing. When the judge asked him if he had reviewed key pre-sentencing documents for any inaccuracies. Your Honor, I have gone over it with my attorney, Kelly said. I'm just relying on my attorney for that. Two of Kelly's accusers asked the judge to punish him harshly. In a statement read aloud in court, a woman who testified under the pseudonym Jane said she lost her early aspirations to become a singer herself and her hopes for fulfilling relationships. I have lost my dreams to Robert Kelly, the statement said. I will never get back what I lost to Robert Kelly. I have been permanently scarred by Robert. The women the woman was a key witness for the prosecutors during Kelly's trial. 4 of his convictions are tied to her. When your virginity is taken by a pedophile at 14, your life is never your own, Jane's statement read. Another accuser, who used the pseudonym Nia, attended the hearing and addressed Kelly directly in court. Speaking forcefully as her voice quivered, Nia said Kelly would repeatedly pick at her supposed faults while he abused her. Now you are here because here is something wrong with you. I'm sorry, because there is something wrong with you, she said. No longer will you be able to harm children. And that's just a recount of what happened. And that's just a recount of what happened in trial. hold on. Let me see. So I don't know, y'all. Hey, that guy, that judge wasn't that bad. I don't know what to say. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on and get on up off here, because I've held y'all for the longest, and say, I'm not sure when I'll holler at y'all again over here, but I will. So y'all take care. And if I find out anything to talk, oh yeah, we can still talk about appeal shit. We can still talk about that. Oh, I know what I was going to talk to y'all about. Some of the stuff that could possibly come up at appeals, right? So I saw where when I was reading, I don't know if it came from JPO or if it came from the government, but I think it was JPO, where she was arguing something that is going to probably come up with regards to the jury instruction upon appeal, right? She was arguing whether or not that they had to convict him based on the elements of the inducement, enticement, coercion, persuasion, whatever, or was it one or the other, right? She brought that up. Remember when I pointed that out? She brought that up when she was talking about the word or in there. Yeah, when she was talking about the conjunctive and disjunctive, she was talking about whether or not they were supposed to convict on every element, which is the inducement, enticement, coercion, whatever, or was it supposed to be just one or the other? Because it had the word in there, in the element or, and I don't know if it was this case or the last case. I know the last case in New York, they had added the word or in there, what have you, which often happens all the time. So it's not a big deal. However, it can be if his element, if he was convicted. How can I say this? I don't want to confuse nobody. If he was convicted incorrectly, right, then that can be a big deal. So I don't think she would bring it up if she's not looking to make a play on that. She's probably going to argue about the propensity evidence, right? Meaning the uncharged acts. That was a lot. She could say that that prejudiced the jury. I'm talking about the New York stuff. She can. I don't recall her bringing it up they didn't have uncharged acts in Illinois. That doesn't mean that they didn't have propensity evidence that she felt that was propensity evidence, which is evidence that is made to look that would make a defendant look more guilty because it shows that he has the propensity to commit certain acts, and that evidence isn't admissible in court unless it goes to someone's motive, their frame of mind, and things of that nature, right? Not to be used to show that someone has the propensity to commit a crime just because they've done it several times in the past and things of that nature, right? Because that borders on the line of being prejudicial. And of course, that evidence, prejudicial evidence, isn't allowed. It's an admissible. So you have that, and then the facts, the laws, things of that nature. So I believe that she has a lot to argue with. I believe that, of course, when Bill P emails and shit like that, that would be just again a small part of a larger argument with, to make an argument to say that somehow his rights were violated, both either constitutionally or based or civil rights or something like that, right? You know, it is just that is a nowhere. That is just an argument by itself. Just in my opinion, goes nowhere because you can't make it a legal can't make a legal argument as it is. That's why she tried so hard to make it. It looks like a prosecutorial, a violation by the prosecutors, right? And sometimes when you do that, you're reaching. But hey, it is what it is. That is nothing wrong. Again, when you when you it, um, when you have a witness to have someone, you tell them something, you promise not. I mean, you can promise them some certain things or whatever, but all of that is fair game, right? You can do that as long as it's not illegally done, as long as you're not corruptly intimidating the witness, all that type of shit, right? If you're doing it as a prosecutor, if you're not really bribing a witness, but you know what I'm saying, you're not witness tampering. It's called cooperation. Okay. If something comes up and a witness changes their mind, if they flip on one side to the other, they're more than welcome to do that. It's not illegal. Now, unless they were, like I'm saying, threatened or made to feel like, I mean, here's the thing, right? So I'm going to tell you, like, they may say, listen, if you don't testify, we're going to charge your parents for some crime they committed. That's legal. It's called cooperation. That is legal. So, but anyway, I'm going to go and get off here and I will talk to you guys later. Love y'all. Be safe. Make sure y'all do something nice for somebody else, as y'all have always done for me. Peace out, y'all. Bye.